Good evening and welcome. So let's pretend it's Sunday. It's Sunday for me today. So let's say, hey, happy Sunday. It's Factorio Day. Did you not know that it's Sunday? But it is. Around here, it is definitely a Sunday. I don't know. Somehow I completely missed that if I'm going away from Sunday to Monday, then I am gonna miss. Yeah, if I'm yeah, then I'm gonna miss my Sunday evening stream. It was just so logical for me that I'm going away during the weekend, but when I'm going away on the weekend, I'm always back Sunday evening. But of course, I if I'm not around, so why did I come to work on a Sunday? Well, I mean, I had to come to work on a Sunday, but I didn't do it. So you have to come to work today. Yeah. So yeah. So I didn't go. I didn't come to work on Sunday. So that's how it is. I had my birthday present, which was absolutely amazing. Hopefully you were having fun yesterday. Words cannot describe it, and Twitch terms of service will not allow it to explain how much fun I had. So, for context, it was my birthday present. My two girlfriends had decided to invite me to a spa retreat with a sleepover, and at the retreat, so we went to Sweden to a retreat place, the three of us, and had a good time. It was nice. It was the best birthday present I've ever had, and yeah, so very nice. So happy 25th birthday. Thank you. Thank you. But you girls tells us all we need to know. Exactly. Yeah. So it's a nice little triad we got going there. So but we've been together for more than a year, so it's not really like it's not a new thing. So that's a kind of how I'm looking at it. Yeah. So it's good. Not even gonna make any apology. Well, I apologize for not announcing that I wasn't gonna be streaming yesterday, but yeah, it's not a matter of well, it was a matter of priorities, but yeah. So anyway, hello Gulas, thank you for the Prime for 9 months. Hello.
Welcome home.
160 stream streak. That's nice. That is nice. That is amazing. Not a lot of people can pull off that kind of streak. It's crazy. And you got your laundry done. Yeah, so this week is going to be a little bit light on streams. And that's because, well, Monday we were supposed to do shapes, but it's now Factorio instead. Executor, thank you for the 60 months. It must really haunt you, the fact that it says 60 months and then 59 month streak. So you missed a month somewhere in the beginning. You subscribed for 1 month and then missed however many months, and then it's been 59. But very much appreciate the tier 2 for 60 months. Rub it in. Oh, I will rub it in. You were disloyal. I guess we were on a break 59 months ago. We were on a break. And thank you. Thank you, Garrett, for the 74 months. That is a lot of time. Yeah. But I do very much appreciate that you've been staying faithful and loyal for the last 59 months. When it comes back and suddenly says like on a 2-month streak, they're like, dude, what did I do? How did I not deserve that? What did I do for that streak to be reset? Yeah. Yeah, 160 is pretty much since Twitch started counting that. It's like they started counting it like August last year or something like that. And then, so that must have been like consistency since then. That's pretty crazy. So, yeah. Yeah, so this week we'll have Factorio today and we'll have Factorio on Sunday. And currently, I don't have plans on Saturday, so there might be a bonus stream on Saturday. But you never know. Not promising anything until we get a little bit closer. So, I think there's only 1 or 2 with a slightly higher. That's got to be the Factory Muscularia, who is the only one who can have a higher, and Silver Cecil, I guess. So, yeah. Yeah, so then Thursday, I'm going at an event, so I'm not going to be here Thursday. And then on next Sunday, we'll have Factorio again. So there'll be only one Shapes 2 video, Shapes 2 stream this week, but I'll still do the videos. Like I have one planned for tomorrow, then Thursday will be Factorio, and then probably like Saturday or something there'll be another Shapes 2. I don't want to be sort of crowding my channel with Shapes 2 videos. I feel that it's nice to just keep this going, and then we're sort of on the lookout for the next thing that we want to do, and I don't know why. Well, I don't know what it's gonna be. So we'll have a look and keep our eyes open, and you guys are very welcome to keep your eyes open. I wanted to kind of try Dune Awakening, the MMO thing. It looks very positive, so the reviews are very positive, so that's good. And of course, the sort of the urgency or sort of has passed. I also wanted to. Oh, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, Night Rain. but that's kind of a lull during the summer vacation where we might just be like, yeah, let's boot up some Night Rain and just have a look at it. But honestly, I'm not really thinking that I'm gonna play it. It doesn't, like, if we think about like Night Rain and versus Elden Ring, then one of the things I love about Elden Ring is the combat system, the progression, but also the world building and the lore. Okay, so if you look at Night Rain, it has no world building, it has no lore, it is purely just the combat system, and that's not really enough for me. Plus, it's sort of rushed. Okay, I'm about 40 hours into Dune Awakening. Love it so far. Well, Cement Cat, do you think that I would love it? Now, you've been around for a while, so you probably have an attunement to my sensibilities about what I like and what I not like. If you think like, oh, you're gonna hate it, or you're gonna be like, yeah, I actually think you'd like. If you liked Valheim and Enshrouded, then you'll probably also appreciate that. There's a high frustration factor. Well, you know me. I have the patience of a saint, so that is not a problem, right? What is the high frustration factor? It's like a grind or randomness or other people, because other people, they are really frustrating. If it's like questing in Dorotar in World of Warcraft, then damn. I'm on the fence. Would love to see you play it first. All right. If you get stuck in the desert and the worm gets you, you lose everything you're carrying. Okay. Well, I mean, that is kind of how worms work. So, of course, in an MMO, it kind of sucks. So, don't get stuck in desert, I guess. But you know, we'll see. And if it then becomes like, you know, if you're playing Factorio and you lose everything you have, whatever. But if you're playing World of Warcraft and you lose everything you have, it's less cool. The storyline servers are capped at 32 players, so there's not a lot of doors or BS. Okay, the storyline servers. Oh, nice. Okay. To let you keep doing the thing. What? Sitting and watching a thingamajig count up to let you keep doing the thing. What is that? What are you describing, dude in the park? Okay. Yeah. Oh, Captain Industry parts. Ah, right. Yeah. Okay. Yes. To actually allowed to play the game. Like, I'd like to play the game. Nope, you can't. You have to sit and wait. I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to make a video on why I'm not playing Captain Industry, because every video sort of has like, why are you not playing Captain Industry? Where's the Captain Industry? But I don't want it to be sounding like a hit piece, because that's not my intention. Because I love the game, it just kind of, it's too much of an investment for too little gain. Because I also have to think about, there's another aspect of it, and that is, it is a uniquely unpopular game. in that same, not unpopular as people hate it, it's just people don't care about it. Like, there is such a small community that finds any interest in Captain Industry, and sure, I can do my part to improve that. But you know, anyone who is watching my channel already knows about Captain Industry, and anyone who doesn't know my channel and doesn't know Captain Industry isn't gonna find my channel because of Captain Industry. So it's like, there's limited stuff I can do, right? The train update did increase player count a lot. Yes. It's a super cool game, I think. I think so too. It's just too much of a commitment, and I think that the stuff they added is too much. It's too much late game. It feels like you're playing World of Warcraft casually, and then they add a new raid dungeon, and we're like, who gives a shit? Like, I'm 3 raid dungeons behind. I don't care if they add another one. Like, it's such a niche thing, and that's kind of what I felt about it. Was like, I'm gonna have to play so many hours before I get to enjoy the new stuff, and that is maybe not worth it. And never managed to get into it. Yeah. So I think that it's a cool game, but it does suffer from just being too difficult, and I can play that difficulty if I want to, but that's not really. I don't want to sort of drag that out right now. So. Play World of Warcraft off and on since it came out, and have not once done a single raid. Yeah, exactly. Just not my style of play. Exactly. So when it's like, ooh, Ooh, Naxxramas. I don't know. Didn't get to see Naxxramas until they converted it into a 10-man raid. So I got into it because of the Let's Play. Yeah, and that's fine, but it's also like we have to think about it. I have to think a little bit about sort of from a perspective of viewership as well. Like the commitment of time I would have to put into Captain Industry would mean that there would be no Shapes 2, for example. And raiding in Wrath, yeah. Well, I did raid in Wrath. That was probably my most active time, because they added the 10-man raids, which was really good. So, and Karazhan was the best. Shapes 2 today, listen to the music. Not Shapes 2 today, but there would be no Shapes 2 at all if I was playing Captain Industry. The thing is, with Captain Industry, I was looking at it and go like, I need to invest so much time into it, and I don't have that time before Shapes 2 comes out. And maybe it'll be something like, hey, we pick it up during the summer and that'll be fine, but I just don't think so. So I think that it's I think it'll just be, sure, when the next content update comes in, maybe I'll do another playthrough, because then it's been like a year, and then they add something else that might be interesting, that's more early game, or something that just smoothens out the flow through the game, and then it'll be like, yeah, this is a good time to come back. And then we'll also get to see trains, and we'll also get to see aluminium and titanium and asteroid catching and all the cool things that are there. Yeah, so that's fine. Do you play Planet Crafter? No, I did not. I can't even remember what game it is, but I know I've looked at it. What? No? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I absolutely hated it. Oh my God. That was like, oh, I don't know. I played it like an hour, and then I just rage quit aggressively. I don't think I own it. I think I even played it so little that I refunded it. Nope, 2.3 hours. God damn it. 2.3 hours. Yep. But then again, I also love Subnautica, similar game. Exactly, I absolutely hate Subnautica. I can understand that it's a good game, but I hate it. For exactly the same reason. Like, the part about, like, you need to eat every 15 minutes or you're dead, and then the oxygen and the water and all that shit, and then it's like going out, picking up 5 things, going back, crafting this, going out and picking 5 things. Oh my God, now I need to go out and get some food and then go back. It's just such a tedium, like incredible tedium of just like, with Subnautica, I really felt like I want to play this game. Why am I not allowed to play this game? I want to go out and explore and build new cool things, but I don't get to, because I keep having to sort of farm stupid fish and food and water and oxygen, and then go back, and then I'll go out again, and then I get a little bit further, but I still spend 90% of my time just staying alive, and it was just unfun. So that's why I hate those kind of games. I think it's on the tuning part, because I think it's fine in Valheim. It's a little bit tedious to grind food when it gets a little bit more advanced, but then there's like an easy food option and a good food option. That's nice. I think Enshrouded is fine. I think Icarus is fine. I think Icarus is really fun in terms of sort of the survival aspects. But then you can also just crank it up to be just too much of a tedium. And that's exactly where I felt it. The Vidka with the 51 stream streak. Nice. So, yeah, I think that survival games... okay, I think that in the case of... It's this open world survival crafter genre. This survival part is the part I like the least. If the survival is the driving the gameplay, like can you survive, then I don't think it's particularly interesting. I think it's the open world and the crafting part that's the interesting, and the survival aspect should be something more of a maintenance part. And maybe it gets to be like that in later on in the game, but if you design it punishing in the beginning, I never get to the late game. So Can you survive O&I? Yeah, oxygen not included, of course. Don't try, don't starve together. I played Don't Starve like one stream or something, and it was like, yeah, this feels tedious. POE right now. I couldn't do that. Well, my Satisfactory playthrough is on pause. Yeah. The multi and Planetcraft, the survival aspect comes very easy. Maybe so, but if I never got to that, and I don't know. It was just frustrating. It was like it didn't appeal to me. It felt like it was just keeping me from playing the game, and I don't want to be disrespected in the beginning of the game. And they were like, oh, we make it really punishing in the beginning, so you really appreciate it later on. Like, no, you can make it a little bit tedious, but it's always like a balance. Like, if you make it too annoying because everything is too manual at the beginning, but you get to choose later on, it's like, no, I don't, because I quit the game before I got there. It's the same as, I just been watching some about YouTube videos. It's kind of the same that if you're kind of going like, oh, you have to watch this 50-minute video before I give you the answer to the question I posted in the thumbnail. I'm like, I think that's a little bit unfair, right? So it's water maintenance, but it's pretty easy to maintain high water stores. Yeah, I mean, if Dune Awakening didn't have any aspect of water, then it would be weird, right? So use a try and want to follow your but the map exchange does not work. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. But welcome. We can have a look and try it. Map exchange. So that means it must be on the YouTube, and I'm videos. Yeah. Do I have a map exchange string? Actually, I don't have a map exchange string. Unless you have it from if you get it from, I don't know how you got the map exchange string unless you are a patron supporter as well. And if you are a patron supporter, then it should work. I'll just, you know what, for you, I'll just test it. But I don't know how you got the map exchange string. Space Age here. So this is the map exchange string. Did you write it down? New game. Done. Map exchange string. Paste. Preview. That's what we played on, I guess. Seed. Let me check the seed against the YouTube video. Yeah, it's the same seed. So at least it copies the seed in. And then the map, I can't really recognize that this was the map I started on. But it looks like it. If we randomize, and there, and then I import it again. Yeah, it goes back to that one. No. So I'm going to say that it works. So, something must have done wrong for you. It's on Pastebin. No, it's not. It's not on Pastebin. It's not on Pastebin, because Pastebin, I haven't used that for 3 years, so 2 years at least. So if you find something, a map exchange string on Pastebin, then it belongs to way before Space Age, and maybe those are broken. I don't know when you play Space Age. So, yeah. That's it. You may need one more. Yeah, okay. How many hours do I have in Factorio? A few. 8,677. It doesn't accrue that fast these days. This is the old tutorial. I mean, I'm not playing Factorio base game anymore. I'm playing Factorio Space Age. So if you want to do something there, fine. But it's not supported by me or by the developers. So if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Not gonna do anything jumping through hoops to make a 2, 3, 4 year old save work in the new version. Sorry. If you want to play Space Age, and then the Space Age works, the map exchange string, the seed, all that stuff, it works fine. But I'm not supporting old stuff that they deliberately said it is not supported. You should start a new game. So that's how it works. How are you getting science from Vulcanus to novice a decent SPM rate? Spaceships. That's how it works. They're really good. They work. Masterclass. We have to use this broken one here, unfortunately. I'm at 2,800 hours in Factorio, but a fair portion of that is the game sitting paused and running overnight, build up resources. Oh, I've never done that. Never done any of that. Not all spaceships are made equal, and there are questions of a fleet of small ships versus one giant gigaship. I've traditionally, in my Let's Play, I used one spaceship for transporting science. It was fine. So I don't think that it never really was. It was never a spaceship issue, and if it was a spaceship issue, I'd just make 2 of them. So yeah. And then later on, you can maybe make 1 for each science if you want to. So just make sure that one is they're not synchronized to each other, so that they get synchronized to the slowest science, or the one that gets used the most. But they're actually just kind of independent of each other. Then you can just make a spaceship for each. I would definitely, since there's no bottlenecks, there's no like, oh, docking base on space stations. Unfortunately, there really should be. Which is like massive thing that isn't there. Yeah. I man, though, I really wish that was a thing. It's such a big corner they cut out. Me, the bottleneck becomes how fast I can launch rockets. That is a pretty good setup for launching rockets. This is how I'm going to be doing it for most of my science. Right? And they fill up incrementally, pretty much. Right? So. Hand completing paradigm, space exploration, and 1 million SPM space age. Oh, 1 million SPM space age. Nice. Do you think is the best in terms of which one you try to make the largest base on? Vulcanus by far. Any chance of you making novice-based science modules, or will these be doable as light modification required? Like honestly, if you want to take this one and make it into a novice-based, then obviously this is not going to work. The simple coal. But then you can do that in a different way, and then these ones could just be changed to the other recipe, but then you need to bring in the ore in somehow. Hello, Draco Falcone, welcome. So I don't want to do science based on novice. I think I definitely want to do it here on for Vulcanus base, because I think Vulcanus is the superior planet for anything science based. Good. So should we start with the worst one now today, or should we do another bad one? Let's do another bad one, but not the worst one. Let's take this one. I thought so. Yeah. And this one is going to be 3.255, which is exactly the same as this one, 3.255. So we are getting everything set up at the same ratio here, or at the same production speed. Which also means that when I upgrade this, it'll be the same. Oh, actually, I only built this like the default one, but I didn't think about how it would work when I upgrade it to rare quality and legendary quality. There's going to be some mess up here with these. They're going to be way overbuilt for the other parts. Base ingredients on each planets like uranium and biter egg stuff and novice, everything else. Yeah, basically my philosophy is anything you can build on Vulcanus should be built on Vulcanus. Anything that you have to build on another planet is the only stuff that you should build. So for example, Fulgora, as nice and planet as it is, I love that planet. It's super cool. I think it's a super awesome concept, but the only thing you should do is make the science and then these blue sticks and the batteries. That's it. Nothing else, because it's not worth it. So you only make the holmium stuff here. On Novice, you only make the biter stuff, the uranium stuff, and the biter stuff. On Gleba, you make as little as possible. So that means only the science and then the carbon. And then Aquilo, you only make the science, and what is the ingredient you make on Aquilo? There's something there. So we still don't have LDS set up on. That's probably correct. I mean, if no one has built it, then we don't have it. It's probably true. Yeah, maybe we should make an LDS setup, a generic LDS setup. I think at Legendary the ratios and production scale is so different that it's worth doing an entirely new city block design. Maybe, yes, but I'd like to not do that, or at least see how bad it is. Obviously, with this step where it's like productivity, then 1, 2, 3 levels of productivity, then they're going to be way overbuilt. And something that's overbuilt is less of a concern for me. So, but it's just a matter of can it keep up. But let's do something else. So should we do LDS first? Maybe. Right, let's do some LDS. That's pretty straightforward. That one. And we're gonna make it for the first iteration. Yeah. And let's start without considering. Okay, so how fast do we want to make this? Like, first things first is how much does this require? This requires 2.6, and then we need something for all of these. In order to keep this flowing, I would need 3.2, but that's not really how this works. But maybe something like this, like 4 of these. What would that give us? It's not much. I think it'll have to be like twice the size of this. Let's do that and then see. Oh, here's another thing. 22 plastic. There's no way we can do 22 plastic at this level. So, yeah. We did want to import plastic for the blue science, right? No. Well, we do need to import plastic, yes. But I don't think I want to make Gleba in. Gleba is fine for plastic for mid game. There's a how do we say this? When you get to Vulcanus, make the plastic on site. It sucks, but it can be done. Then when you get Gleba, it's so much easier to make plastic there, so you get that. But at some point, the amount of plastic you need exceeds what you can realistically send with rockets and spaceships back and forth and dropping it off and transporting it out, and then you go like, fuck it, I'm just gonna make it back on Vulcanus again. And then you can make it really efficiently after the into Aquilo. Angry One, thank you for the 57 months. What do you think is the most broken thing in the game currently? That's obviously a DLDS shuffle. Further on Can's plastic module in Discord intact, you see it? Not looking at it. Yeah, they can be made on superconductors and supercapacitors can be made on Vulcanus too, technically, yes, but I don't think that's worth it. I did consider it though. So, I have my beginner plastic module here. Rocket fuel, plastic. The plastic is pathetic, but it's something. It's getting us started. And then when we get further on, we can figure out how to do more plastic. So, but this one, what does it require? A lot of resources in. So what if we just do this one and then say, this is probably going to be copper, 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 and 1 for iron, and then we'll see how that fits. I feel that's probably a good ratio. It's close. It's not at all close, but it's kind of close. Ah, so that one's positive, and this one is almost positive. It's so close. Oh, hold on. Do we even need this? Oops. I don't like having this one here. No productivity on these. Not worth it. Waste of resources. Yeah. And then it also just means We can just get a little bit of speed in here. There you go. That's a decent module, I think. Another problem with this one is there, right? And this is such a nice setup, this little pattern here. And then they also need to be here. Well, that's not actually, it's not good enough because there's not room enough for getting stuff in and out here. We kind of constrained on the inputs and outputs. So I really want them on the inside. What? Oh yeah. Yeah. But still, shapes is still more ingrained in me right now on metrics. So if I could put them in on the inside and then bring them up, that would be lovely. Like for example, oh right, this one also needs to be. Like ideally, it would be something like this. No, definitely not like that. Oh, I love the music on Vulcanus. For the original recipe for the LDS to become preferable again, at least for basic quality. I don't know. I don't think there's not a definitive flip point, so that's really up to you. I don't think this is gonna work because we need one inbound and one outbound, and I can't do one in and outbound if I just spent so much space here on the ins and outs. So that's interesting. If I could take you out, then if I could get these maybe more in the middle, then that would be a thing. No, that would be even worse. Yeah, so I guess they go on the outside, which is not really a big deal. Is it? Maybe. You can make it one wider. Yeah, I can. Let's try that. No, I cannot. Can't make it wider, because if I make it wider, then they can't reach this one. Because this is outputting way too fast for a long head inserter. Or the upper ones, yeah, the upper ones I can, but the lower ones also have a problem. Like I can't get the lava in on the inside here, so but we also have some issues here. I don't even know where I want it. Is this a good idea? No, because where am I going to bring the belts in and out? I'd have to bring like that one for the plastic inbound. That's not clever, not pretty, because I can't get it in there. Not really, but if I'm doing it this way anyway, then I can do the closer. I can do this one. And then that will be the outbound, and that will be the outbound. Flip. Why flip? Because this one is now outputting right hand side in the direction of travel. That means it goes on the lower side of the belt. That means it can go in there. Well, that was not the case on the other one. But that won't be able to sit up here either. Because I built this here, and that's kind of not working. I mean, there's plenty of room for it to go down here, but it's still not going to work. Because now it'll have to go. I really don't want to design towards that criteria. That sucks. Then I'll have to be... Oh, right, it's also not the same belt, but whatever. It should be... Definitely not the same belt, but it could be like this. I'll probably be fine. It'll be fine. So this is the plastic inbound, which kind of also still has to come down here, from down here somehow. I kind of want the plastic to have a way in. Compact. Hello, Freak. Good evening. Got any decent early methods of killing big demo? No. And I don't think that's necessary. I felt that in my playthrough that by the time I needed to kill them, I certainly had the tech available to do so efficiently. Oops. There. Oh yeah, that's actually... That's actually not a completely awful way to end this line here. The next part is, does it really need to have that space in between? Okay, so this is the plastic line, which I don't know what I'm going to do with. Am I going to get it in on a single line? Is it coming in like from the side and then you branch it up here? I don't know. Depends on what you want. But we still have major issues here on getting this inbound. There's not a hell of a lot of room, excess room here, so I can get this a little bit up, but not much. Would this be an option? That's the wrong one.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Hello, Toddy.
Welcome home.
Yeah. So this is now connected. Can't really connect anything any better way. But how do I get lava in here? Oh, fucking hell. Is there a way that this could be built in a different way? No, not really. I mean, it could be done like this, worst case. And then I'd have to have this one be somehow connected. I don't like this one because it blocks my connection here. See, here I was thinking I press C to for the Q button, but that's not a thing. So these two can be connected, but they can't connect up here without going around, which might not just be... Worst case is that we go out here and then connect up. Then we can... actually, it should be connecting on the other side. It's the one that's leaning more. But then the... Oh, right. No, that's not at all. Shit. So this one needs to be flipped and flipped, right? Yes. But then how am I gonna get that one in there? Doesn't work. Honestly, now this kind of works. I don't like it. None of this I like. Because I also still have the residual of... Oops. Where am I gonna get the lava inbound? Because I'd like the lava to get inbound like here, but... Oops. It's obviously not happening because these have to be those locations, so it has to go out on the outside. Which is not really what I want. Because outside is... Like, something should go on the inside. That's the main point. Something should go on the inside. Maybe something like this. I think I'm building it somehow too compact and somehow not compact enough. First question should be, could this be more compact? Like, is this feasible? Further out. There feels like it's plenty of room in here. Also tempting to do this and this to get even more output, but that just needs even more input as well. Oops. This is also an option. No. I'll rotate them so the inputs fill. There. Copper top, copper middle, copper. Yeah, okay. So now it works. Super sync up. Or maybe you can try it by putting the plastic underground at the same level as the red inserters. So you can put pipes just below the beacons. Yeah. Maybe? This is plastic then. And then we have outputs. Maybe that's a thing. But you could also get them in here. Now we actually have these spaces here. Oh. No, we don't. Huh. Oh, right, it's not working. This is not connected upwards. Yeah, okay. So these are the only options. And then technically we can push them in a little bit like this. So this is outbound. Outbound here. And then in and in. Ah, that messes up. I think I'll just still retain this here. And do we have all the inputs and outputs? No, we don't have these inputs and outputs, but they are pretty simple. That's all 4 of them. And these are the other 4. So this seems to work, I think. That gets us a lot more space for this stupidity down here. But also puts more requirements on speed. Because I think that this won't be enough. Oh, crap. Power poles. Oh, that's a nightmare. Yeah, now we're lacking a lot here. I'm gonna kill you because I need to be able to solve this problem. Some weird locations. It's not consistent why they're placed here. One, two, from here. It does seem like it's just random places, but it does seem to get everything covered. Weird. Are there any space where we could build a substation? No. Not really. And this one is just exactly not hitting it if it's in the middle. You did inputs on the left molten iron. Ah, right, that one. Yes. I guess that's what you meant. Yep. Good. Good point. Right. How about it on the middle right column? What? Right, so now I need to design this space here. But I do now know that I have a little bit more wiggle room to... It's not as crowded as this. Does that change anything? I'm still getting confused by having everything just not powered. So we're just going to look at it with power disabled so we can look at it and be happy. Like this constellation here seems to be a given. Like I can't really come up with anything better than this. Because that has to be right into these four. Or technically it could also be down here. But that would probably be weird in terms of anything else. Right. Right. But let's see. Like I really want this thing here. But there is no way for me to get lava in here. With that, it would just be even worse. Could do that, but I still can't reach this one. This one's killing us. Maybe. Doesn't change anything. It does change that these are now actually eligible. And then it could go. Ah, crap. This doesn't do anything because it's still... Huh? I cannot undo. There. Do you bring calcite for the top foundries? Yeah, okay, we also need this calcite, that's true. Which limits it even more. So I'm pretty sure that the conclusion to this is no, it can't be done. But that means we have 3 liquids, which is awful. It means 2 liquids on one side. I kind of feel this one should be flipped so that... Doesn't matter. This one is like that. This is better. So then this really affects these two instead of affecting those two. It's incredibly frustrating how something that really shouldn't be difficult turns out to be really difficult, and sometimes something that turns out to be that looks really simple. I also kind of have to think about what are we going to do about this plastic inbound. I kind of like the idea that this would be something that could be like, oh yeah, it's coming in here, look at that, it's happy, and then it goes out on the other side if I have like a belt of plastic. That I like that idea. I'm not sure it's viable, but I like it. Can you try to do it belt? No, stone belt is out, completely out of the question. Look at the numbers here. There. It's not so much right now, but the 300, yeah. 300 and... No, how much? We are printing 86. Yeah, okay, so that would be 2 full belts, or 2 belts. I'm not going to do belts on this, that's not happening. We could do something where they had, each one had one of these, but... Yeah. Like, technically this one could be up here. But no, it also needs to be going into that box. For every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong. Oh, right, clear, simple, and wrong. I was like, no way. But you're right. Clear, simple, and wrong. I'll go with that. So now we can do something like this is fine. This connects, but it also makes the other one completely impossible. here's the thing. Is this possible? That is actually possible. So by making the other one really overcomplicated, then suddenly this gets rather simple. But I'm not sure I like it. One up. What if we take this a little, one more down? Whatever. This, and then so that goes up, and this is affected. And then we need to get the liquid. Yeah. Oh. And this one goes down here and gets us some lava somehow. Oops. Do we like? Do we not like? And this one should also be trash unrequested. And there. It's not enough, by the way, so we still need a significant amount of additional. Yeah, so I wonder if this would help. It helps, yes, but is it enough? Now 44, so we're going to be putting yet one more. There we go, we have enough. A little over speed moduled. We just can't get them in here. And obviously the plastic is not coming in, so oops. This just magically somehow comes in from the side. Then I'm gonna say like that. I'm gonna say like all good math textbooks say like how to do this is left as an exercise to the viewer. The proof is left as an exercise to the viewer. I'm like, I don't get it. Or the proof is trivial and left to the viewer. I'm like, fuck off. Nothing trivial about it. I hate that. It's so obnoxious. Like, the proof is trivial. It's like, to you maybe, but I don't get it. Davis, thank you for 8 months.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yeah, draw the rest of the fucking howl. Machine on the copper side still keep up with the speed modules. Landfill machine, yeah, landfill machines are crazy. They can take 312 per second, so they're fine. They're fine. Could I make this closer? Because I think I could. Like, now there's no reason why this couldn't be squeezed up one line. as far as I can tell. Go like there, right? So we just saved one tile. Not that it matters very much, but... Then I think I want the whole thing cut. There we go. Yeah, that's a nice build. And then we kill the other one. Do we see any problems with it? Or do you see any problems with it? The excessive amount of plastic use is kind of one thing. All the poor sea turtles are going to be complaining that there's no plastic left for them. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, equidistant. That's a nice build. Stop requested chest. Top requested chest is still missing. Oh right, that's 2. Macroplastics. This is macroplastics. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. Hey, we built a design. That's nice. Power poles? Ah, yeah, shit. How is this not connected? That one is connected, but... It bothers me that this is not connected. Okay, let's do this one. Ah, they don't connect. Damn. Now that connects, right? And it connects from below. This one connects both below, above and below. And it doesn't connect with that. Huh? Move the topmost red inserter 1 down. You can put a substation there. Topmost red inserter. That one? Yes, but I can't put any... Okay, let's... Because this could also be... No, it cannot. There's no space here for another one. No. I mean, unless we did... Then we have to find another space down here, which would have to be right there, which is not gonna happen. I cannot see that happening. This one actually could be moved down. So maybe. And I'm not using higher level. Ooh, that's actually better, isn't it? And they're on a yes. Nice. That's better. Do you take into account the productivity bonus research for things? I feel like the design of ratios is a sliding goal over the course of the game. That's exactly why I'm doing this design. Is because I want to design something that is... It's not completely robust, but I wanted to make it as robust as possible towards designs that change over time. That's kind of my objective with this whole thing. Is that, yes, it might be... yeah, it might not all... There. And there. And that one. It's not going to be perfect at all ratios, but it should be something that when you're suddenly getting all the rare components, then you're going to be like, I don't want to redesign the whole thing. Then you just drag it over, and then it upgrades, and then you're going to be like, that works pretty well. That's the idea. And if you want to retune it, because I don't want to redesign this, something like low density structures, it's really not that exciting to redesign. So if you want to redesign it 17 different times, before every time you get a productivity bonus, a better module, a better beacon, a better quality, anything like that, it's just going to be an absolute nightmare. So I'm designing it for the start of the game, and then checking how it works when you upgrade at different levels. And if they're fine, great. Then and if not, then we do some small tweaks so they're kind of fine. For example, the blue circuit design we did, and red and green, they are very robust towards early, mid, and late game. They're quite robust. So, power between the two halves. Yeah, I kind of do. I don't need to connect them over here. I could just move them closer or mirror it. Then it would be a little bit closer, right? This one, I could also just move them closer. So, but the core of this is fine. This works. Happy? I'm happy. The only problem is plastic. How much plastic do you take in total? Way too much. 51 plastic, which is like a full belt, but I'm not going to be able to make a full belt. So we're going to have to do something about plastic. But not now. Now we're going to be doing this as 16.1, and then I'm going to take a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back. Okay, so that's that one taken care of. I feel that plastic is still a residual issue here. Now we're just drawing plastic as if we just have it, but we don't, and plastic is not trivial to make. So good. So this one, we're gonna jump in and do blue sides, because blue sides is probably also a nightmare. What are we gonna do in terms of what will we build ourselves? Sulfur? Sulfur is a nightmare on this planet. It's absolutely disgusting. I hate something that's weird, that we have a massive amount of sulfuric acid, but we don't have sulfur. It just feels so weird. So what do we have in terms of... This is the sulfur production. How big... This is really modest sulfur production, right? It's 1.6. It's literally exactly what we want. what we need. So we could just plop this one down and then say that's not it. It's only producing half of this because I'm trying to use 21 and I'm only producing 10. Yeah, so that's no good. Slightly less. There's a little bit of surplus here. And still in big deficit here. We need to get up to 1.3. This is not 1.3. Yeah, not, yeah. Missing lights? Correct. Missing lights. It's gonna be like a tight one. Could actually be right next to these. There. So if we look at this, we have an excess amount of here, but if we use this, we would need more. So what if we did this? Then we would have overconsume this, but that's fine. But here, this still not have enough. 16. But maybe it's gonna be enough. I don't know. So the first thing, I'm gonna have to unfortunately count all the way through for this one. So this one does not need any productivity. This is just outputting 18.9 per second. And then you're gonna have to go into this one and say, this is what is the recipe is 40 in, 30 out, and then a productivity bonus of 18. So I have 18.9 is our input, divided by 40, multiplied by 30, multiplied by 1.18. That's as much light oil as we have coming out here. Good, so let's keep that in mind. Then we say the light oil goes in, and then it's 30 in, 20 out. Divided by 30, multiplied by 20, multiplied by 1.18. Yeah. Then that's how much petroleum we have. And now we're going to say the petroleum, we're going to be dividing by 30 and multiply by 2. And then, okay. Divided by 30, multiplied by 2, multiplied by 1.118. That's 1.03 sulfur per second. Not enough. Okay. Got a speed module in the refinery? Oh yeah. That's true. Damn. Now you're outputting 25. Let's do the whole calculation again, but with 25 starting. Alright, 25 divided by 40, multiplied by 30, multiplied by 1.18. That's the first number. Then we divide it by 30, multiplied by 20, multiplied by 1.18. There. Then we take this number and we divide it by 20, multiplied by... No, it's divided by 30, isn't it? 30 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1.18. That's 1.36. So if I can consume all of... Oh, I shouldn't have closed it. Never mind. This one's now producing 25. Then the question is, can these consume 25? Yes. And they'll produce 12 and a half each. And it has no memory. Then the question is, does this... this is consuming 21. 21 light oil is what we have. That becomes divided by 30 multiplied by 2. That's this much heavy oil, or the petroleum, divide, which then becomes multiplied by 1.18. That's really not it. There. 1.6, that's not a good number. I don't know. This is not it. So what was it? It was... We have 21 divided by 30 multiplied by 20 multiplied by 1.18. That's how much petroleum we have. Multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1.18. 1.29. So this is actually not enough. Damn. Because I think the issue here is that what is the issue actually? We're consuming all of it, and I mean, so light oil we have enough of. The problem is the fact that this screen here means that there is some light oil that we don't use, and therefore it's unused, and we'd have to do something like this so that all the way through. Here we have some light oil that's not used. Now we have some petroleum that's not used. But that's technically fine because it's not going to reach those numbers. But this kind of sucks, right? Yeah, the other cold liquefaction might be a better option, but it's also just a nightmare. It was just basically, can I do this? Because it was actually quite close to being what I needed. If we have to do the other cold liquefaction, then that's also an option. We have it. It's just that now I also need to make steam somehow. Cold to plastic sulfur process I posted in the blueprints in Discord. Yes. Thank you. I'm not going to. This one, I think it actually needs, but then it needs beacons as well. This is now plus 13. This is enough for that one. Yes. And then not enough. These converts. Get it. So the answer we need here is 1.31. This one looks much better. Ooh, loss of productivity, but maybe better. I'm gonna pass through this one and see how it works. So the first thing that happens is that I convert the heavy oil. This is producing 13 heavy oil. Net 13 heavy oil, that is. 13 divided by 40, multiplied by 30, multiplied by 1.18. There. This is how much light oil we have. Then we're gonna convert this light oil into, and this is now less productivity now. So divided by 30, multiplied by 20, multiplied by 1.112 because it's less productivity. That's how much. Nope. Damn, it was not correct. Because I also have some light oil from this one. So back again. It was 11.5 light oil I produced plus 4. So this is our number. This is how much light oil we are having. So I have 15.5 divided by 30 multiplied by 20 multiplied by 1.2. That's 11 point something. And then I'll multiply, I add plus 2. Then I get 13. And then divided by 30 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1.18. Not enough. Okay. But this one feels like enough, doesn't it? Probably isn't. Can you do constant combinators? Yeah. And these being city blocks on their own, the setup you made with the base resources being made in a separate city block worked pretty well. Is it scalable? What? What are your thoughts behind these being city blocks on their own? Right. The advantage of making things constrained or contained inside a city block is that nothing else steals the resources. So for example, if I'm taking this one here and saying, oh, just request the red circuits, then I can just request red circuits because I think I have them. But at some point I'm requesting red circuits too many places and then I don't have enough. So the question is, should I be sort of having the hub compete against my science when for red circuits? I don't like that idea. I like the science to always be working, and therefore I like them to be separate. It's not. There's also the part about just make a buffer of 100,000, then it doesn't matter of what the hub is going to do. It'll never compete. But it just becomes a lot harder for me to understand if I'm lacking red circuits when I'm using it many places. I still have that issue with plastic because now plastic is a centralized resource. It's just that I want the centralized resources to be the lowest level resource. Whether you didn't also say, oh, sulfur is also a low level resource or whatever, you just assume that you have it. Yeah, and that by modularizing you can put down 20 and you know it works, except of course the stuff that is not centralized, or the stuff that's centralized, which is plastic in this case, right? Calcite is another thing that's also centralized, and then the stuff like here is also centralized. But I don't know necessarily what makes sense. Like, you could also very well argue that batteries should also be centralized, and that's totally legitimate. But I don't think like stuff like gears and steel and wires and stuff like that should never be centralized. Also, like this part, no, you want to make sure that this is producing exactly what is needed here, not too much, not too little. And then I guess stuff like sulfur is also a little bit of a borderline issue or borderline case, because what is it actually used for? Nope. Yeah, but that's self-contained. No. Wait, what is this used for? No. And that one, yes. So if I'm centralizing sulfur, I'm centralizing it anyway for the chemical science. So I don't have any need for it outside of this. So might as well design it for the scale that I need. So. But I'm trying to make it as small as possible, which I might not even need. Here's another argument. If we know that this one can make enough, we just need to get 21 in here. This is, well, counting backwards, right? Then how much do I need to put in order to get the 1.3? Something. Something here. Something here, something here. And if I want this, then I can just group the whole thing around a module or a beacon, because then first of all, I know it's fast enough. Second, I also know that it scales by itself when we upgrade it to higher levels. So, that might be nice. So let me try to group this around a beacon in some way that can be done. Oh, that's not working. Oh, come on. H. There. That one's a little problematic. I'm thinking mainly about the water now. There. So water is coming in from a single source. No. Just don't like this one. Maybe that's not so bad. I don't know how I can make this less awful. Yeah, but then you still have the issue of this one coming back. And if I do that, then it's no longer connected. It has to be like this. Many different options here. 2. Yeah. It's kind of least bad option with this. Or yeah. Now this is going to be a major issue. Yeah. Or not. That's not actually so bad. Diffuse, thank you for the 76 months. Ooh, that's nice.
Welcome home.
Okay, so how do we make steam? Inconveniently, that's how we do it. Acid neutralization. No, that also sucks. This is the best way to make it on this planet, but that would also mean that I need some acid inbound. Can move the sulfur one up. to make it look nicer. Yep, you're right. Thank you. Then I feel that we can move this one on up.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Gets more compact.
Welcome home.
Hohenberg, thank you for the 21 months. Don't forget heavy to light water. What? Oh, right. The water, yes. The water source here. Makes it slightly less good, but not massively so. I could take this one and move you out one. That would get all the other ones to shift over. And then, no, I couldn't get the water in there anyway, so nope. Yeah. But I think this is good because that means it also scales when I upgrade everything here. What? Heavy? Is it crazy to make acid from the extra sulfur? Yes, it is. Because I also don't know how much. I mean, sure, it actually, I am going to make quite a lot of it. I mean, I'm saying yes, but let me just kind of think it through how awful it is. Because it might actually not be as bad of an idea as I think it is. Because it kind of closes the loop. Unfortunately, it doesn't work from the perspective of how the hell do we get this started? Because you can't get it started without sulfur here. I mean, it's really close to a good idea. Okay, what is it saying? Flip the what? Might be enough with the beacon. It might actually be enough. That's true. It actually is enough. Yeah. And then this one gets a little bit weird. Well, somehow it actually made it worse. I don't know how that made it worse, to be honest. Close to a good idea, the fun concept. Yeah, it's true. Doesn't matter which one I choose, but it's gonna be up here. Heavy goes in here. Oh no, the heavy does not go in there. Oof. Oof. I need the heavy to also go in here. It just becomes a hack, but I'm looking at this and my brain hurts. I really think you should take a look at my design in Discord and see if it could work here. Making it way more complicated than it needs to be. I like making it way more complicated. I know, but okay, so Leocard, the point is that I want to design this. I want to be part of the design process. If I take a look at it and look at what you've done and go like, yeah, it's a great idea, then I'm locked into that idea. And maybe I can unlock something that's better. Maybe I'll make something that's worse. But I want to make sure that I don't sort of just end up just going like, that's cool, let me use that, then done. But maybe that's afterwards, and I go like, damn, I wasted so much time. It's so simple. I mean, I'm also thinking like now I overcomplicated it because I thought I needed so many of these. But when I only need this small thing, then maybe I could switch it around and kind of just start over. Because there's only 3 items now, so maybe it can actually be done a lot simpler. I don't know. Like, I love this idea. This idea here, ish. These all need water. But there's also the merit of just going like... yeah. Oops, where are you? Ah, it's gone. I really like the one I did originally. But I don't know if it works. Wow. Then I'd have sort of all the water coming in on this side and it would just be fine. But the problem with this design is, well, manifold. First of all, I can't hook everything up on this. That's actually pretty neat. The question is just, can I get it in here? But that would be like, water is fine. Perfect. I probably would want to flip it. Yeah, so that figuring out. It has to be here, otherwise it doesn't reach. I mean, it could reach like this. Easy. Yeah, it's probably better. Then it's no longer connected. But if I did this, then it would still work. Oh, all the symmetry is gone. I like my symmetry. Nope, also dead. Yeah, that doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. But then I'm like, okay, then I can move this one down in order for you to fit in here. But then it's connected out. Then I can't get this one. Then I have to do this. And that's the problem. Then you have to go up again. And then we're basically back where we started. I love this idea. I love it. It's so close to a good idea, as I said. It's so close. Except the water is a problem. Nope. That goes up here. Oh, right. This also needs iron ore, iron plates in here. That's not gonna happen. And this one needs... calcite. But you also need... No, you don't need calcite. Oh yeah, you need to weigh 1k sulfuric acid to start the process. That's kind of the limiting part of this one. You need 1k sulfuric acid and then you have enough forever and ever and ever. Yeah. And how much is this? This is using 22 if it runs at full speed, which it never will. Like, I love this idea. I really do. It just doesn't work. How's the other way of making... You need a better way to make steam than this. That one. Stupid boiler. Oh, hold on. This one needs... And it needs something to burn? You mean, like, they both need coal in here? Ah, that's the wrong place. See, I can't get it out from here. I mean, I do have plenty of space, but I don't know where. Like, this would be a great idea, except I can't get it out there. Then I can make it like this, which is not a great idea. That, maybe. And then we get the water in here. This is a pretty neat little build, I think. In the same way you need heavy oil barrels to kickstart, do acid barrels too. That's true. But acid barrels take... There's 50 in a barrel, right? And that means I need 20 barrels inbound just to get it started. This one requires coal as the other one does as well, so... 6 water, 60 steam, a little bit of coal as well. I think this is a really neat little build. You don't, you know you want to design it. I do know, I know. This one goes out. So I'm gonna do the other one. The one I deep down want to design as well. Because it is true. But the issue is also like I need iron plates to keep it going. No. I guess we have to try this one. But hold on, if I need something to kickstart it, shouldn't I put the Kickstarter in here as well? I think I should put the Kickstarter in. Like, that should be part of the blueprint here. Otherwise it feels a little unfair to whoever is supposed to do it. And you can then be... You can't be constrained like this. What would I constrain this by? I would constrain it by that one. So you're only enabled when that is equal to 0. No, less than whatever it needs to start up a process. That's 25. So when it's less than 25, then you can go. There you go. I don't believe in this build. I don't believe in it. No, I don't believe in it. Hmm. See, I could believe in this one. Right. I could believe in this one, but that's it. And then that would be calcite here as well. Because everything is always calcite. Because it doesn't need that much. So could we just accept that we need these inbounds? You can kickstart sulfuric using the natural sulfuric on Vulcanus. Of course. But if I have that nearby, I don't need it, then it's... I don't want something like blue science, which is not depending on sulfuric acid, to suddenly be depending on sulfuric acid. That seems like a bad design for me, to sort of force it to be, oh, you have to build it so that you have a line in. There are some that we want to make sure that they are designed or they are placed in a way that they are close to something because they need it. Like, I don't know, stone, for example, or coal, for example. This one might be requiring the nearby coal. Yeah. How else you get? Oh shit, water. Oh my god, that's crazy. You're right. You're right. Thank you. Well, there we go. Answer is answered. Okay. Right. I am forgetting that water is not something we have. Shit. Oh no.
Kind gesture.
Then yeah. Damn. This is bad. You're making a decent amount of water. Yeah? Okay. Well, good news, everyone. Hey, Silver Season, thank you for the 200 bits. It is good to see that something is there. Wonder if we can get a train going today. Oops. Yeah. And this one is still stupid calcite. Ooh, but you want to get it up there, but you can't because... that's in the way. This is fine. And then you can go in here. But then I have an issue with... Right? Steam plant pointing down. Then you'll get into that one. I mean, yes, it is an option that this points down and this points up, and then they go next to each other, but then it's incorrectly placed here. So I think I'll do this one, even though it's a little bit awful. We're gonna need sulfuric acid for anything. And I can put it up and pointing it downwards, that's for sure, but... right, like this one. Right. Right, okay, like this, that, I get it. That's actually nice. Although I don't like these, there we go. Water is no longer something we just get in here. It's something we have to earn. Yeah, so we have sulfuric acid inbound, coal inbound, and then calcite. And we get this out. That's a nice module. I don't know if I want to have these productivity module, but they could be speed module if needed. That's to be expected. It's definitely producing enough because it produces 5 and I don't need 5. Heavy oil barrels are just being used non-stop. Yeah, that's because what? Because I'm not reading content, including the crafting. There you go. And now I'm going to do this part. I'm going to stamp it down again and see if it self-starts. Should into an to start? Yeah, that would be too complicated. So, got started here. This is working. Plenty of steam. Gets the water going. This doesn't have any. That. There we go. This is working. And it's getting faster and faster. This is fine. This is idle. So, power poles. Good. I would love for one of these to just magically work here, but that's unfortunately not an option. So we're gonna have to do it in another way. I think that gets it. Yes, everything is covered. Hurts me that the pattern here is so bad, but yeah. Sulfur to acid for steam. No. Neither. Because I need quite a lot of water for this build, if we look at it here. 132. So 132 means I need to have a local sulfuric acid to steam build, and this one as well. That's in range of the beacon. So all this has to be in range of the beacon. That means this needs sulfuric acid coming in. Whether I'm going to do it on bot barrels or not is a different matter. But this one is definitely a thing. So that gets us one of the 3 items we need inbound, and then the question is, what are we going to do about the sulfur? Or yeah, I'm just going to do that. Yeah. Good, happy. Actually, let's get it moved over to the corner where we can just sit happily and chug along. Good. Then this part needs to be powered, otherwise it doesn't work. Otherwise it can't tell us what it actually needs. There. How much red circuits does it need? It needs 4 red circuits. And how much do you make? 11. So I don't need a full build, but does it make sense to make smaller build than this? Or does it make sense to just say, I'm gonna have red circuits, so just bring it in? What is the coal to sulfur ratio in this build? I don't know. What do you mean by that? I can't say because there's too many steps in between. I can see how much is used, but there are too many steps that in between to tell me. But it's gonna be whatever it is. I mean, you can calculate it yourself because it's just this one with the productivity. It is as good as it can be at this tech level. There we go. That's it. Does it matter that it makes 11 and just uses 4? Yeah, it kind of does. A little bit it does. It feels a little stupid to build to have something that's built 3 times as big as it needs to be. But it is also difficult to make it smaller because I'm going to need one of these, 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 one of these. And then if I have all of these, then I might as well build all of this. Right? So I don't know. Ratio of coal to sulfur might be close to 1, so maybe it's better to bring sulfur by robot instead of coal. Sulfur by robot. Yeah, but I don't. Then I. Where do I build the sulfur then? Then I don't build it inside the module. I need it. Coal is a generic resource that I have infinite of. Sulfur is a resource that it's an intermediate that I produce only in the quantities needed for the blue science. Therefore, if I take it out of the module, how much am I going to make? You can't answer that because you don't know how many of these modules I'm going to make, and you don't know when they scale up, and therefore I am making a hard coupling between sulfur and blue science because they are only ever going to be working into each other. The same whether I do the same hard coupling between the robot frames and the yellow science. So I do the hard coupling because then I don't have to scale them separately, and then they don't run out. So that's why. So it's not about minimizing the robot travel. How much does it make? More than that. It makes way more than it needs. It needs to produce 1.3, but it produces... This is about half, so I would say like 2.5, I'd say. Great, because you don't have to worry about scaling the intermediates. Exactly. This is the whole idea, is that when you build a city block, then I want to be able to say, I have a city block, I stamp it down, as long as I feed the sulfur in, and I have enough robots to feed it, then, and I know that somewhere in the network I have enough blue circuits and blue circuits and LDS and rocket fuel to launch the rockets and request the stuff, and I have coal being mined, and I have calcite being mined, then it's good. So that's kind of how. But let's see. I'm really thinking that we probably just stamp this one in here. Just sort of for reference, right? So this is now here, whatever. This is fine. Yeah, and then what we're missing is 2.6. That's not 2.6. Wow, that's not a lot. That's half. Oof. Terrifying. That's gonna be too much. 2.9. Can I take this out? 2.3. No, I cannot. Crazy. I do think I can do this one separately, right? That should be enough. 2.6. It's not enough. Like even this is not enough. So I do have to make it like this. So now I can say, okay, I need 4 plus something plus something. I can build this up here. Like this. And then this one. Something like this. Let's just say it like this. This is not the final, but it's just kind of, it works ish. Once this one gets in. Lavalicious going in. Matku, thank you for the 53 months. My goal to plastic sulfur belts are mirrored across the beacon line. Could saw off half of them to use the existing beacon line. Yeah. Plastic sulfur builds. Makes sense. And then this one shut off. Disabled by control behavior. Yeah. And then somehow this has to go up the other side. I don't know how. This does it, right? This pattern works. Oof. Maybe not. Yes. So, get those in here. That's actually not great, is it? No, it's not. Ooh, I kind of have to do this. Yeah. Hmm. Well, that was incorrect. I think this one actually is supposed to be like this, and like this one. I know we're gonna get it, but just takes a while. So now the other one is going to be a problem with this one, right? But nope, these two are all incorrect like this. Yeah, and then we need somewhere to get them outbound. That will have to be here, 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 here. And then becomes the issue, how the hell are we going to get something inbound here? Because that's not going to happen.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Maybe. How the hell did I do this? It came in here. Oh, this is because it came in where there's no... Ah, right, okay. Benjaminson, thank you for the 8 months. It's because we have this one here. Right. The only way to change this would... No, there is no way to change this. Hmm. But I can then get it maybe in here, for example. And then from here, just jump up to that one. Let's just kind of see if that's an option. Because you could then be over on this side, and then this one still has the issue. Maybe it's easier for this one because it only has 3 input. No, the other one also has 3 inputs, so it's not going to be easier. I don't know. Yeah. And then you're dead. Well, maybe not. We could do this one. Wouldn't this also then be better? Ooh, much nicer. Oof, that's so much nicer. Oh yes. There we go. That looks nice. Except that one. Now there's plenty of room for beacons. And maybe even something going in. Yeah, there we go. We'll see. First, we're going to be taking a break. And then, good time for us to consider. If we're going to get a train going, then it's probably around now. That's the best time. So, thank you all for joining. If you are sitting on a sub, prime sub, normal sub, recurring sub that is just needs renewing, then maybe now is a good time to throw it in there. I'd very much appreciate it. That's kind of how we keep the lights on around here. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. Thank you for joining or sticking around. Thank you, Anonymous, for 200 bits. And Lurking Llama, thank you for the 25 months. And Devis, thank you for the 200 bits. It's a damn train. I mean, no, it's only 3 out of 5, so not going to be launching any trains soon. Right. Okay, so yes, there is a point about we can launch this from the top. Is that actually feasible? That would be super feasible for this one. Thank you. Great idea. Got then just has to go here. Perfect. Much nicer. Then I can do this one and just flip it somewhere. Thank you, Epic. Hype train's closed? Nope. Not when it's only 3, but when it's 5, then, or when it's 4 out of 5, then it gets the pipe up. Pop up. Yeah. Monday isn't a Sunday? Nope. But a Sunday isn't a Sunday either. And a Monday isn't a Monday either. I mean, I don't know what the point of that is, but... Oh, right. You are actually feeding it into the weird place. Ah, right. Yeah, that's kind of not what I wanted. I wanted it up here. Maybe like this is better. Nope. Like this, actually. There are honestly very few days that are good days anymore on Twitch. It is I have to sort of look at Twitch and basically just go like, I'm streaming so that I can prepare YouTube content. That's the only reason to be streaming. I mean, of course, the stuff that I do for fun, but when I look at it sort of from a doesn't make sense to do it, then the only thing is like I do it so I can get the prepare YouTube content. It kind of sucks, but and for the patrons, of course. Nope, that patrons is literally for the YouTube content. That's for the patrons. That's how it is. That one is cheeky. Oh, this one actually should be changed to the new format. Yeah, this one's... Yeah, and we're... There we go. Much nicer. Oh, 100% improvement. Okay. That means we can now keep this over on that side. So we solve that. And the only thing we need in on this part is... Oh. So here I'm going to... I'm just going to withdraw this all the way through and say inbound, 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 inbound. Or out, out. Out, 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 out. And then we need... No. Because this one has to be pretty close for it to work. Get it? Get it, get it. Get it, yeah? Now the other one goes in here. Which means yes, 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 yes. There. I'm patron and I'm here for both. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we need a little bit of this. I don't need... No, don't need iron plates. I need these three here-ish. But not you. I think this is going to be enough, but let's see. Right hand side in the direction of travel, that's fine. And here it's just going to be... there, right? Yes. It doesn't even need to be there. How much do we need of this? I need 5, 2.5, and 2.5. Okay, so not enough. 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 Like twice as much I need. So this one's going to be taking 20 in, and this is going to be taking 20 in. So 20 plus 20 plus, and this one is 37, but it's not fast enough. So I'm do this. 2.8. What was it I needed? 2.5. Oh, right. It's 2.5 of this one. So there was like... Oops. I don't know what I did. There. Good. So this one is fast enough. And it uses 56. I'm saying this is using 50. This one is using half of it, so it's 20. This one's using almost all of it, so it's 40. That means this is not fast enough. All right. That. This needs to be moved one up. Yeah. Because then... There. And then, of course, it's going to be a little bit uneven in the beginning, but it should have enough of everything to get it going here. Hey, it's working. You're working? Stone? Ah, the damn stone thing. That's true. We're gonna have to find a solution to this. Not gonna be that much. Now what? Oh, now it's just this one again. Ooh, hold on. Much nicer. Much nicer. And I don't even need to get it. Mmm, juicy. Like it. There we go. Much better. And again. This one's stuck. And this red circuit is done. And... Yep, there's a little bit of blue. And this is prioritized up here, so it goes up and fills up. The first one. Are they working? No. Are you working? Nope. Are you working? Nope. Why not? Because this is pointed the wrong way. Hmm. Good point. Okay, so they're all working now. Lights. Mm-hmm. And I got lights on this one, and I got lights on this one in a second. Yeah. So it's getting a little more crowded, but not much. Don't you have enough iron from the red circuit build? I do, but then it's no longer sort of using that as a module. This I don't like, though. It's pretty bad. It's also using a lot of plastic, but yeah. We'll keep it. Obviously these should be requested chests, and this is using how much? 13. But that's 13 in order to make 11. So if I only need 4, then it's 4/11 of this, which is pretty much like 4.5. Let's say 4.5 plastic inbound, which is not much. So these two. It's going to be enough for what they need. So basically, I think it's also good sort of mentally to think about how much we need for each build. And... Oh, actually... No, I couldn't have done that. Okay. like looking at this build and go like, okay, what is it actually requesting from the outside? It's requesting some calcite, whatever, trivial amounts. It's requesting some lava and some sulfuric acid, whatever, trivial. And then it's requesting plastic. That's not trivial. So that's something we need to keep in mind. Hello, Spammy Yummy, good evening. Is your logo in the middle? Is it better to use the simple cold liquefaction recipe for loop just so you don't have to fiddle with the lower fluids, or should you use the better liquefaction recipe and find a way to avoid? For loop, I would use the simple one, because then if you can't guarantee that you get rid of it, then you have a problem. So this is why I'm doing it like this here. Which is just barely enough. So this is our blue science build. Nice. It's a decent size. It's a decent build. I like it. I think I actually want to make some... I'm in creative mode, so I can do this. There you go. Oh, look at that. This is filled up. Nice. So what's the next one we want to build? What science is the next one? Purple. Purple is awful. How can you do that to me? It's this one. The hardest part about the purple is going to be the stone part. So let's see. Right, so we have 3 things we want to make. Let's try to just build these, and they can't be product. This is so ironic. Like the productivity science cannot be using productivity modules. Like why? Oh, no. How dare you? Let's see, how much do we need? A little bit faster and significantly faster. Oh, wow. Well, that's actually not it. It was just not it. I thought it was built at ratio. Like, what the hell? It was not built at ratio. It's just not selecting all of it. Okay, so one is at ratio, and the other one we keep shoveling things in here until it ratios slightly over ratio. There we go. So everything has to be at ratio or slightly over. This is very slightly over, so I'm going to take it. Or am I? There. So now I know exactly how much. I need 7.3 of this and 3 of that. Are you building military science on novice? Nope, I don't intend to. I want to build it here, if I can. Doesn't really seem like a particularly valuable thing to do. Okay, so we're gonna build it at this ratio here. Stone bricks are awful. I don't think we can fit this in, but let's give it a shot. Okay. Rails. Half of what I need. I'm just trying to move things over to the side here, so we reduce this part to known quantities. Yeah, so this is enough. One of these is not enough, is it? It is. Okay, so this is enough. That gets us 22 steel. Sticks. Oof. How fast does your science get when it's legendary? Faster. But they will probably not all of it be able to keep up, and that's just going to be a challenge. Direct inside the rails? Maybe. Direct inside rails is not simple to do here. But you're right. That's how I previously did it. If I look at my previous science. Oh dear. It's a really neat build, to be honest. That's a really neat build. What if we did downgrade everything here to normal quality and then just look at it? These are gonna be here. Okay. I know the sticks could be made in a foundry, but that's not really helpful size-wise here. Nothing higher quality than what we have. Okay, and then ratios. What does this say? Rails are overbuilt. That's fine. This is exactly, but it's going into something that's overbuilt. No, I don't have stack inserters, but that's not what I'm looking at. This is just ratios here, and I don't need stack inserters either.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Speed modules? What about speed
Welcome
modules?
home.
Why are you saying just speed modules? Oh, right, the speed modules are still broken. You're right. So it didn't actually override it as I thought it did. And these ones are also too high level here for us. Really need it, right? Good. Let's try again. Oh, and I also only have 7. So this is important. Something is wrong. 3.255. That's the magic number. Why is this not 3.255? Because this is not correct. 1, 2. Here's the issue. There, and there. And I take 1 out, and then I do the whole thing. Then it's 3.255. That's the magic number. And then we have to see if any of these should be scaled up. They don't need to, I think. But we also need to know exactly how much is needed, because it's not 9, it's a little bit less. We can use the other one for ratios because this ratio is better. This ratio, right? Yeah, this ratio is pretty close to the correct ratio. So this is what we should keep in mind. 22.5, ouch. 13.5 plus also that one. I think this is it. I think we have to do it like this. And this is the output, which will go up. Like that. And then, of course, we need to change all of these stack inserters to normal inserters, just so you don't keep mentioning it in chat, because blah blah. We'll get it. Happy. That one. Pretty neat build. This is iron. Oh. Having iron move here isn't actually necessary.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home. Shepard, thank you for the 22 months. Then I could do... I don't know why I'm doing this, but that's an option. There. So that means we can get the sticks in here, and this is going to be fast. Is that fast enough? Not actually sure it is. When they're unupgraded. But that's okay. We'll just come up with some other way. Like this, for example. That sticks on this one. Yeah. Rail assemblers can move closer. These cannot move quite as close. Well, they can, they just have to go out here. That goes in. Does that look better? No. The interesting thing is what we just got ourselves is we bought ourselves one more tile, and that might actually come in clutch at some point, because stone bricks and steel have to come in here, and then steel also goes up here. So, you know, I'm leaning towards doing this, because that should be able to get in on one belt. Actually, maybe not later on. Okay, like this. We'll do this. So steel and stone bricks. Are you making signs? All signs of so what are the pro cons of making it there compared to other planets? Yeah, even though someone's out to be answered, I say the fact that you okay. For now, you only have a small input of calcite. Yeah, I think that the main point, there are two main points, and it actually is the secondary point that overshadows the first one. The first one, the obvious one, is infinite lava. Yay! And as Anthony is saying it, yeah, you don't need to worry about iron and copper. So there's also the logistics part of it in on Novice, that you might have infinite resources as well on Novice, but you still need to get it from the iron ore patches at a decent rate into a smelting location, and then into all the stuff. So there's an extra lot of logistics there. But the second part, which is non-trivial, and I think actually just better, is that if you make it on Novice, then you have your science facilities, but then you also need to route your science from the science facility to your labs. Now, I don't have to do that when I build it on Vulcanus. I can build it anywhere on Vulcanus, because I just need to launch them into space, and then the spaceship will take them wherever they need to go. Then it'll take them to Novice, and they drop down in a central location in Novice, and that means I only need to do the logistics from the central location in Novice to the science labs, or if they're close by, because that's the only thing I really need large quantities inbound. So it simplifies the logistics on the planet that you're creating the science on. Whether that's, if you make it on Novice, then you have to do a lot more logistics. Is why I'm trying to design an omniscience brick so that it's all contained in one area. Yeah, I can understand that. That's also just it's one of those design parts where I find it, I lose my patience before I get there, because it takes so long. And you don't get any benefit from it until you're done. This way I can say, hey, done. I like smaller milestones. Yeah, don't compress in power before you get power ports. Yeah, I'm not gonna, but yeah. I just need to figure out what I want on each of these belts. Just kind of, I think I need to illustrate what I want. And then we're gonna go figure out. This one is going to be sticks. And this one, oh yeah, that's true. This might be, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know what this is. Oh, stone. Yeah, that's gonna be a nightmare, by the way. So the first part of my design part is figuring out how many machines. Once I found out how many machines, then I'm gonna see if I can actually fit it in. This one is gonna be red and green. And then steel. And then stone bricks. So, if we look at this ratio here, I'm overbuilding stone bricks quite significantly. Here, I am not overbuilding stone bricks by much. Actually, not at all. So that means I need 8.75 stone bricks. Let's do that. Ha, that was a clever way of getting stone bricks. There. And I'm going to take you. And we'll get some stone. So I can figure out how fast, slow you are. Six point something. 8.1. It was 8.75. The whole production chain is more complicated in steps on Vulcanus, but much simpler in space and flexibility. You can reasonably pot in calcite, build coal, and either pipe or barrel acid, and build production near lava. Much simpler than 4 ores and 2 glycos and aquos. Yes, but you're also saying like space is even better, I think. Space is probably a little bit too good to build in, with the exception of anything that requires stones, copious amounts of stone. Alright, so this doesn't really work. Not like that. That one. So, kind of feeling this is what I need to do. Way too much. Still too much. Not enough. So this is the amount. This is the number. Damn. That sucks. Okay. So we'll keep this around. Ah, man, I forgot it again. I have to keep doing this, otherwise they don't know what they're doing. And we also need stone here. So how much stone is this actually requiring? If I wish I could get it like a little bit closer. Can I do that by doing this? Not that I want it, but no, that's definitely not even enough. Damn. But I do know that the productivity is 12%. So if I need 8.75 and I need 2 for each, 2 stone bricks, and I divide by 1.12 because it's 12% productivity, that means I need 15.6 stone plus whatever stone I needed for this one. 13 plus whatever I just calculated. Damn it, I forgot. 8.75 times 2 divided by 1.12. 15 plus 13? Was it 13.75 for this? Yes. Which is slightly overbuilt, but you know. So we need 30 stone for this build. Done. Do you ever underclock machines with circuits? No, I don't. Third beacon in the middle? What? Do not start a tangent, but have you ever seriously considered the logistics of barreling heavy oil on Fulgora and sending it to Vulcanus to reduce fuel coal consumption? No, I have not. I think I have momentarily thought about it as in, ooh, it's free. And then I'm like, yeah, but like barrels don't really transport well in space. That means one rocket is 5,000 or heavy oil. 5,000 heavy oil is not much. So the whole idea of like, okay, so I have to transport it on Fulgora. Every rocket is 5,000 oil. It takes a lot of stacks. It's a lot of space on a spaceship and transport, drop it down, and then what? Like, and it's basically, it's not something that's hard to make. It's just a little bit annoying. So no, I have thought about it and quickly discarded the idea because it didn't make sense to me. At this point, it seems easier to just mine coal in space around Vulcanus. That's not working at scale. Like you're not gonna compete in space with miners with 1800 productivity on heavy miners or big miners. It's infinitely scalable. No, it's not. It's not infinitely scalable because you have very limited CPU power for that. And if you want to look at, you can have hundreds of productivity. You can have a single miner produce a full compressed belt. That's That's a single miner, and it uses 8% of what it mines. It just, if you want to compete against those numbers, you're going to have thousands of spaceships, and that's just not scalable. So infinitely scalable is up to a very not infinite level. So no. If you consider shipping from Gore, yes, exactly. If you're shipping from Gore, then you have a lot of overhead there, and this is a smaller overhead. But yeah, for making legendary molds, but they are really don't good for bulk crafting. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's look at the other ones. Steel. Hello, Knugstein. Thank you for the 200 bits. There's been a few attempts at starting something today, but yeah, not so much. Right, let me take a look at this one. We'll take that. Oh no, don't do that. Oh, funny. You can go down here. Good. So this one, it's probably going to need more. This is producing 11.8, and I only need 7.3. So this has a surplus, but it's also producing some green circuits. So those green circuits, maybe we could actually adopt those out to something else. Meaning, for example, we could take this one out. Oops. Wow. Yeah, I don't like that. It seems silly that it goes through. How much is this producing? This is producing 14.4 and it's consuming 13. So it only has a surplus of 1. But I'm thinking, what if we did... Oh crap, I can't get it out here because everything is... Like, there's an underground, there's an underground, there's an underground. I don't have anywhere that I don't have undergrounds. Like that one, perhaps. There, so these two, then it's just a matter of, could I get this one out? No, I can't get it out. I can get it out up here. Why are we not getting it? Oh, right, we're missing this one. Lavalicious. I think this will be enough. Like, this should take care of the red and green. So the steel and the stone bricks and that one. So let's get the steel now. Steel is going to be a little bit more nightmarish. It'll definitely need beacon. Five. Fuck. $18. 23. There you go. That's it. Easy. Okay, so there's a little bit of surplus here if I do this. Okay. Oof. 18. So now the question becomes, how do we get enough of this? Well, this is... What? Oh, right. This one got too low. There we go. So 18.75. That's actually enough if we look at the stone bricks. But I'm not done because I also need a little bit more. Love that music. You're producing a silly amount of that, which is fine. Definitely enough for this one. 25, or more accurately here, it is 13. Wow, 13. Yeah, 13. Okay, so this is also producing enough, which will kind of help draw down this one. This says that it's a deficit, but if I look at this, there's a surplus. So these 60 going in here is... Oh, it's actually... okay. It's divided by 5. Okay. So if I take 60, I have 60 left, 60 divided by 5, and multiply by the productivity, that is 1.74. That's 20. And I needed how much? Oh. Okay. So I actually need a little bit more, which is good because I actually want a little bit more. Why? There we go. Because I need this to be more than 20. No, more than 30. Oh, no. It doesn't work. Crap. I need to use more iron. Oh, right. I do also have this part. Okay, this one's still fine. Yeah, circuit built. Circuit built, yes. I need 13 here, and then I also need 16 here. Right, I also have that one, but this is still a problem, especially because now we have to see that I need this part to be in here, and I need this part to be in here. I mean, it's going to be a challenge for sure, but it could be a solvable challenge. Ooh, I'm thinking of something here. Ah, I need you to move. Oh, you can move, right? No. Damn. I can flip this downwards. There. This is the red-green belt. And I guess even though you need to be somewhere else, I need to make room for this. The stone bricks I can also get in here, for example. Stone bricks could easily go in here. Yes. That would start making things look a lot more feasible. Because this one, go in here. We can do that. Or this could even also go in this part. Yeah, okay. So that's also an option. And the sticks could go, yeah, not quite from the top. Could they? They might be able to go in from the top. They might be. I can delete that for now and assume that they come in from the top. I think I need this to be... I'd like this to be squeezed, but if I squeeze it, then I have to get the liquids on the outside, which doesn't make it smaller anyway. Each of these produce 6, so that can be long-handed. Feels weird to do it that way. Sure. Now that I'm curious whether this could happen somehow. Like, this is sexy, but how the hell would I get it in here? If I take this one up, then it loses the double connection. Yeah, so it doesn't work like this. It could be done like this, and then you're not in here. Then they could go closer, and then I could use the middle one. That's not bad. It gets trimmed down, so it's easier to manage. I like that. Yeah. But for steel, you can the stone bypass be relied on? Ooh, that's a good point. That is a nasty good point. That's a good point. I think that at some point, maybe not. But I don't think that it's something that we... or let's put it in a different way. I think that you have a really good point. Annoyingly good point. However, I do think that the fact that that we also have this one makes a huge difference. Whoops. Because this will really be the one that actually saves us. So at this point, we now get all of our stone down from here. That's not a lot of space. Could this be compacted a little bit? What if I did that? That would not be a problem, would it? Nah. So now the stone could come in from here, maybe, if it really wanted to. But I also need the stone coming somewhere else. What about this? Stone, stone. Stone, stone. With this. Needs to be dealt with something, somehow. Yeah. It is a nightmare of spaghetti, this part. Like that. I'm thinking, couldn't steel come from the top? Steel and stone could go from the top. What? You know what? Let's just get things going, because that's just getting us a little better understanding of what's going on. Yeah, but if it comes, these two things come from the top down, then I can just let this one flow in, and then this will pick up the steel. I think that's much nicer. Then flip, and comes in. Does not kill that. There, and then it just goes in. And that means I get stone on one side. You are not making... Oh, you're not working because I don't have this. That looks better. You are putting stone. Good. And that gets... input here, output there. Are each of these fast enough to... I have plenty of space, it's just some of the routing is a little bit dodgy. Oh, by the way, this is also not dodgy at all, but... so much better. Why are you not working? Green circuits? Why are the green circuits not working? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. They go out on the wrong side of the belt then, I guess. There's something I'm breaking here. Ah, so this is how it's supposed to be. Like this? No, it's not it. I have no idea how it's supposed to be. Let's find the original here. The one that works. These two go in that side, the other two go in on that side. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this thing is not working. It's not even that one. So here, here. And this one, go in here. Right, so that's how it's supposed to go. And I don't know how to get this to also go somewhere useful, meaningful. Why is that not working? That's not working because I'm... okay, I need to kill this just to make sure that I get rid of it. What are we going to do about the greens though? Minor stacking shoulders. Not a fan of belt stacking because this... yeah, I'm also... then the same question to be why I only use productivity 2 module. Because I haven't been too clever at this tech level. Wonder if this is enough though. Yeah, it must be. Okay. This is the stone bricks. Stone bricks have to go down there somehow. Let's actually go like this. Then it'll look very much more on purpose. But then you can go up here and then just jump through and merge together with... I wonder if this will eventually not be enough. And then I'm gonna do... And then comes the more difficult part. That is actually, well, not actually difficult. It's actually super simple, but it's kind of fun. Is that if there's any stone left here, then that's going to be picked up and turned into junk. Then just discard it. There. Because there really shouldn't be any stone that flows by, but there probably will be some stone that flows by. And if something happens, then it doesn't jam the system, because there should be a little bit higher stone production than needed. Right now we're not really producing enough stone, because there's not enough production here, because there's not enough of all of this. Let's get you inbound. Oops. These are not working because rails. Rails are not working because of stone. I think that we're just in a position where... where I think that there's too much stone or steel on here. Right? So we started the steel, it's fully saturated, then it can't really recover. Because we need the steel to also produce in order to produce this part. How much steel are we producing now? We're producing 30 and we need 28, so this is over producing. Also maybe it's not actually that bad. Why are you not producing? Oh, there you go. So you're not producing, so that's another reason why things were not working, because I wasn't producing any. It was only producing at half pace. And this one, not quite keeping up here. Let's just jam it in a little bit. That's actually not a good idea. Oh, that's weird. And these should also be... Oh. Will it not constantly jam? I don't think so. Because I think that if we look at this part, how much excess do we have here? We do have quite a lot of excess, but on the other hand, we are also producing 23. So this is producing something, and this is producing something. The question is just, is this going to produce 22? Not quite. But the question is these 45, is that going to be more than the 30 we need? If yes, not a problem. If no, then yes, problem. And I don't know that unless we restart it. You're not producing 23. It's only working at around 75. I know I'm not producing 23, but I also don't need to produce 33. If everything was maxed out, I would produce 45. I'm not. So... And I need around 30, so do I have like a third surplus? I think so, but I don't know. The way I'm gonna find out... Oh, there must be another... Oh, that's then that one. Yeah, let's power pull this up. Ah, no, 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 the horror. The horror. No horrors here, thank you. Ooh. That's nice. One off. Literally one off. Yeah. And this cannot be done like that. Yeah. Good. So that's the power. And what I'm going to do now is I'm simply going to take all of this out and put it back in. Help feed this, but nothing else. So now it starts from fresh, because I had a lot of things that were running and then they were sort of stuck and all that stuff. There is another argument, and that's sort of we can take here. We could also just do that one and then have a special condition here that says if something too much steel, then throw the steel out here. That's an option, right? Because now I have buffed the steel productivity here, so we're actually running at 124% productivities. And then the question is, do these get stuck? Like, do we produce enough? This one is kind of stuck already. Weird. Okay. Why is it not producing? Oh, the too stupid plastic. Right. Let's get more plastic in here. Right. That's, I mean, that's gonna happen. Really not enough. Not a lot here. Not stuck. Oh, actually stuck, and stuck. But the red ones are not stuck yet, so I'm still kind of thinking. The funny thing is I might actually want to remove the productivity modules here. Yeah, I need steel disposal into lava, yes I do. But I don't know how I'm gonna do this easily. I think I actually should monitor these ones so that if these are pretty much full, and then I should start junking it. Because I did actually scale up the productivity here too much for the beginning, but it's still a thing that we're gonna do that. So I do need a way to get rid of steel in order to keep it flowing. So what is the best indicator for getting rid of steel? I think that is something else is starving, maybe. Like maybe looking at let's see. Actually, is this the best way to do it? I think that it's better to do it this way. So that now I will guarantee that something goes through here. Well, I forgot the break time. Anyway, we're gonna take a break and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. Doesn't look like we can get some extra hours today, so be back in 2 minutes. welcome back. I think that these do need to be constrained here or remove this. So, this is starving. Ooh, but I don't like this one, because what happens now is that let's say that it's actually almost stable. Then this one splits 50-50. Some of it goes through here, goes all the way through and gets deleted. Ah, I shouldn't have deleted this because it should have gone in here. Which means I kind of have to focus that one. Which means we're again back to this design. Because if it works everywhere. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work anywhere. So I need to figure out what is my best condition for evaluating if things are working or not. Like, obviously it's not working at all right now, and it gets kind of worse and worse. Also need like a lot of modules here. Okay, let me just do this one. Remove unfiltered items. Let's get rid of some of this junk that I'm carrying around. There. That gets us. Good. And then I'm gonna take. There you go. Why not throw away steel? Because I'm gonna throw away steel based on what? If I just throw away steel, then I don't know if I'm doing it the right way. And then I have this constant production just to put it into a box. I don't want it that case. I want it to throw it away when I need to throw it away so that the other one keeps going. But yeah, you're kind of right that maybe... No, I don't want it to keep going. Is there a case that... This might also be an option, because in this case, I'm basically saying there will always be a shortage of the stone. Therefore, I want to empty the steel until the stone belt is full. Ooh, that's not a great situation. No, I don't like that. Okay, let me do it in another way. So the monster's all the way up here. And as long as stone is 0, that means there's no stone on this belt. Then keep throwing away. So the first thing that's going to happen is that this comes in, this fills up, basically consumes everything in order to fill up this belt here. Which is going to get filled up, and then it starts back stacking. And only when it sort of back stacks up here will I start seeing some stone flow through. Which is going to take a while. See, now it stops. I also want to... Let's just make it easier to see what's going on. So now it's just green, 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 green. Throw it away the steel, throw away the steel in order for us to keep going on the production here. And then as soon as something goes by, then it turns red, and then it turns green again. So we're gonna wait for, you can see here the stone is filling up. It's backfilling, backfilling, filling up back here. Yes, yes, yes. And that means now this one will actually stop producing. It'll probably still continue to gather stuff for a long time. I want to see how it works when it's in a steady state. This one still goes all the way up to 200. That kind of sucks. It's just so much steel that we throw away now. I don't think this is working. And these are just all of them stuck because they're not getting enough stone inbound. 25, so it will get like a half a belt if it ever gets there. I'm also kind of wondering, will it ever get there? Because, yeah, I don't know. Could create a lava thing with a bomb. Yeah. That's not really what I want. But you can also say I'm getting lava in somehow, so maybe we need to make sure that there's a lava spot nearby. But then I would honestly build it in a different way. I'd probably make it using the copper one is better at generating stone. Steel is not very well. Steel is okay because it's less stuff that we throw away. Here we are actually capped by this one working all the time, and that means I'm not sure I can even throw them away fast enough. But you should stop grabbing stuff. You stop grabbing stuff. You stop grabbing stuff. Great. You stop grabbing stuff. You stop grabbing stuff. So that means now at this point, very soon, we are only going to produce or only going to consume the stone that is needed to keep up with this, not sort of fill up the belts and fill up buffers. All the buffers are full, so this is only to keep up production. That means most should be flowing through. Wow, that one just suddenly decided to throw a lot out. And then they actually, more stone flows through. So stops. Okay, so I don't think this works from the simple perspective that the time that this one is active, it will start throwing out a lot of steel. Yes, we see that. But it will not throw it out fast enough to keep these producing in order to generate enough stone that it actually always produces. So I'm thinking that we might actually be in a position where even if this one is working, I don't know, maybe it's working all the time. Like this here. Oops, this one. Funny how it never... There we go, here's something, right? Because then it's idle for a long time. And that means nothing really gets produced more, so it goes in a burst, and these ones still are starving because it's actually quite a lot. So what if I just do that and just say like, always just keep throwing it away. Just to see if it's throwing away all the time, will it actually be able to saturate it? I don't think so. Or maybe, because this is the one that isn't getting anywhere. Here, this idle. 2 of them are producing. 2 of them are not producing. That's because it goes in on this belt. That makes sense. Oh, this one's now producing. Nice. The other one's not. And they're actually getting almost saturated, right? Ooh. Oh, there you go. Good batch coming in. Yes! Actually, something went through. Enable again. Now the condition is 20. So it... There you go, then... How much steel do we have in the network? I mean, not much, but it's accruing, unfortunately. It's better to just throw it into lava, but I don't have a way to... Oh. There we go. I have a better way. This is so annoying. That one. Ta-da! There you go. I don't know how to keep this online. What if this one's always working? I mean, I'm just... Because then it doesn't monitor. Ah, it only monitors up to that one. Silly me. No, it doesn't work at all. A little bit working here. Ooh, look at that. We're actually... It was almost stacking up. Oh, and now it's empty. Huh. But it is fragile towards productivity modules and stuff, right? Small rune that measures belt floats. You can see how much actually produces. No, I don't. And that's actually something that's really feel like is missing in Factorio is a belt flow monitor. So without making it with a million circuits, because you have to sort of build 100 tiles and then let it flow through. I do have a blueprint somewhere of that. But the fact that I can't get them to work, even though this is... Ah, no, how did that... Oh my god, how did that not work? How did that mess up? Seriously? Are they just not fast enough? What the hell? Are they emptying? Weird. $164. That's so weird. You need to do a chest assembler, recycler, chest assembler. Maybe. Like this one, right? Actually need to shovel faster. I don't know if this is the problem, not even it. Ah, I mean, dude, no. I really don't like that I have to do this, but I don't think I have to when this is going. Yeah, this should not be working all the time. Should, well, I don't know. Is this working all the time? Working, 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 working. Target full, working, target full. Okay, but it's kind of working all the time. Still nothing comes down here. Like this. It's funny with these small designs here. We thought that I started by thinking that it would be the other one that was running low, but now it's very much this one. But at least we're getting like something is moving here. Look at that. Look how much is moving down there. Yay, it's working and it's stuck again. But I'm also kind of thinking like, what if it actually stacks up and has a surplus down here? Alright, this was actually... yeah. So if I look at the ratio between these two, then there is a surplus, a quite significant surplus. So if this doesn't need to be working all the time to be keeping up. So the fact that it's sometimes idle is actually okay. Now it's, look at that stockpile. Wow, it might be working now. Yeah, what I want to see is what happens if I have too much stone. Because right now I'm only removing the steel. And then at some point, if I let it run, and I actually am able to delete the steel fast enough, then I will be having the belt fill up with stone. This is what I'm hoping for. Fill up with stone all the way back here, so that they're actually stone constrained. Which would be crazy, which is actually what I want, but I can't figure out if that's actually going to not work or work. Could you loop the stone around back to the start? It doesn't matter. It's not going to make any difference. If it's stuck here, then it's going to be used. Looping it back here doesn't do anything, because this one is going to consume it. And if this one can't consume it, it doesn't make a difference to run it around. Still a very nice here. Although it does require 30 each. Yeah, okay, so it's only just barely getting enough for one stockpile here. I don't know if we're getting enough. This is not productivity, this is not productivity. Like, all the stuff that... This one is not productivity. Let's also remove the productivity from this one. How fast you're going to make 60 per second? That's still fine. But let's consume more of the lava. These ones do need to get productivity. If we think about, like, isn't it gonna get worse with better productivity? Well, yes and no, but this one also gets better productivity. So this should also be needing less stone for the same amount of stone bricks, I feel. And we're kind of in a phase where this is not working again. Well, it's at some point we'll suddenly start seeing that these are filling up. They're not really, but it's gonna be a while until they do. This one is full and has stopped, but it's also been running for many hours. Instead of deleting everything at the end of the belt, use a priority splitter before the consumers and only delete the overflow of both stone and steel so it balances automatically. I don't think that I'll ever have stone surplus, and I don't think that stone surplus will be a problem. And this is what I'm trying to get to and see if we can get stone to be in a surplus, and if we can get stone to be in a surplus, what happens then? So having it, building logic to delete both depending on demand, supply and demand, is only necessary if there's ever going to be a excess of stone, and I just don't think that's the case at this point. I wonder if this one could be consuming more. We have a huge surplus of it. Not a huge surplus, we have a marginal surplus. If the science buffer is full, well, that's true. But would that be a problem? Oh, right, that is actually going to be a problem, because then I've deleted. It just continues to delete until the stone buffer is full. Yeah, that's actually true. Could we simulate that? I don't know if I want to. But it just doesn't seem like we are getting it. Because what happens is, this is producing, this is not producing. This stone furnace assembler. When I start getting more stone, as we see right now, that flows down, gets this one in that active, that means we start consuming more. That means we start doing more electric furnace. That means that we suddenly start consuming this one. And as this starts, or this one starts producing, then we have an extra draw of stone. That means stone bricks, means this build here consumes more of the stone, and therefore less stone comes through, and therefore it sort of fluctuates back and forth, and I don't think that it'll settle on the extreme, which it should be. Now stone is getting past the furnace for me so far. It is. Look at that. It's easily getting past. It's even stacking up a little bit. But then these two start working, consuming more stone bricks. More stone bricks means less stone passing through, means this one gets a little bit starved, and then so on and so forth, right? But hey, it actually looks like we might be starting to see a little bit of surplus here. Or not. But it's certainly getting in here to this one. It is a bit of a conundrum, but it's stable now, but we're also just deleting a hell of a lot of steel, but who cares? The only cost here is some calcite coming in. Yeah, it's only calcite, and then we draw on this lava, which is irrelevant. This is still looking good. These have not great buffers, but at least a little bit of buffer. This one has enough buffer to get the next one started. This one has exactly enough buffer to get the next one started. Done. You pass stone in from the other science builds. No, I cannot, because which one is going to be next to it? I don't know. So I can of course request stone if I wanted to, but that kind of defeats the whole point of being self-sufficient. So I want this to be self-contained. Move the productivity to red signs. I was kind of thinking that from this here. But I don't know if I have enough now. That'll be consuming a little bit more. You know what? Let's try it. And see if what the hell happens to it. Ah, it uses more plastic. I don't like that. No, I don't like it. I don't want to use more plastic, but then I spend plastic to it. But this one is fine, because this one just draws on more of these here. Yeah. But this is fine. I don't want to do that, because then I use more plastic than I need to. Then I'm basically just exchanging plastic for stone, and that's a pretty shitty deal. Yeah. But since I'm now no longer deleting... Now I'm no longer deleting the excess down here. That means it cannot flow further than that. Then maybe let's do this as a bit of a balance and then see how that works. It should be the same, because ultimately it is the same, but it's at least now splitting it up front instead of sort of fluctuating a little bit too much of that, a little bit too much of that. So now it's pre-splitting. So the fluctuations should be smaller, and this one should be working more of the time. And that will probably start depleting this line of stone bricks, because we are now no longer getting saturated on stone bricks. But it'll take a bit of time for it to realize it. But having this one flow in is nice. Yeah. Yeah, this looks much more even. But still not perfect. Get some lights on it. Oh, it has light. Oh, it has light. This one has light. You can also get a light. Funny how I started to think that steel was being in shortage, but I've also just set this productivity up. So anything we can do. Can you destroy some fluids to produce more stone? No. How do I destroy fluids automatically? Don't say that. I know you can do it with a circuit build, but I refuse to do those kind of things. I can unresearch steel productivity, but I was kind of setting it to what I think would be a reasonable place to have. I can always just unresearch this one and go back. Oh. Just to see what happens. Let's do that. Oh, that's now. Oh, this is the whole thing. Okay, so now this is productivity 50%. Okay, so let's let it run here. That should strain everything. Only throw away steel or bricks if the belt is full. I mean, even when I'm deleting everything, I'm still not deleting enough, so I'm gonna make it conditional when it needs to be conditional. So far, it does not need to be conditional. But let's see if without any steel productivity, which is unlikely that you don't have steel productivity at all. But let's just at least sort of see how that works. Still stalling a little bit here. And we can now see steel stone bricks. Fine. It would be really nice if there was a belt monitor. Like that's such a nice thing. Stone bricks need to back up. That's not how I did it here. I'm splitting it here. So I take half to go into rails and half to go into here. If one stacks up, then the other one will get the overflow. Delete red and green? No, I don't want to do that. The steel is much more stringent way of doing it. And deleting reds means deleting plastic, so I'm now exchanging plastic for stone. Not gonna happen. I'm happy with this, but it is like you can also see this one is idle because whatever comes in is gonna be picked up here. It actually is kind of starving on steel as well, so it won't even get to delete. Only to the extent of whatever flows by a little bit here. But now we're not actually producing enough steel. If we look at it here, this is only producing 23.4, and the whole build was, yeah, with this part here, 22.5. So we're kind of, yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy with this. Question is then, can this one get up to 30 before this build completes? It looks pretty good. And then gradually, it might actually be able to stack up here. But yeah, so without steel productivity, it's kind of steel constrained. And then this one, of course, should not be deleting anything at all. It should rather be staying on this belt. So it's... But hey, it still has enough, because this one is stone brick constrained. Everything constrained. So without productivity, what I really just... Well, if it's stone brick constrained... yeah, look at that. This belt is actually going up. It might actually get to a point where we are electric furnace constrained because of bricks instead of being rail constrained. But then it'll just balance back and forth. But it looks pretty good, I think. Like, obviously, here I would need to get some kind of enable when steel is greater than something. 50 or something. I don't know. Can it even get carried on 50? Probably can. For this stretch, yeah, sure. There. There it is. Good. Because I just need to make sure this is never starved of steel. Good. Stone furnace are not keeping up. And the reason why the stone furnaces are not keeping up is because the stone bricks are not keeping up. The stone bricks are not keeping up, not because we're not getting enough in here. Technically, yes. But it more along the lines of because we are now getting more stone, which means more rails, which means more production here. They're all producing now, which means more consumption of electric furnace, which means more consumption of stone bricks. So it's a demand side change and not a supply side change. But it looks very much like it's pretty working pretty consistently right now. Like this one up here is stuck at 62, and this one's stuck here. Backing up on the belt, so you're overreducing. If they're backing up on the belt, yes, but they're not really right now. Okay, they are, yeah, see. When both of these are working, I don't have enough stone bricks. And this would require 17.25. And then it would produce 9.66 and I need 8.75, so this one not working all the time is actually fine. So it's really close. It feels really good. It feels really close. Also the fact that we actually got room for everything in here, which is a little bit crazy. The one thing I would have loved to get to fit in was the fact that this belt could have been even belt, straight belt, but I don't see how that's going to be happening. That would mean like this move one up, which it can't. Compressing one tile, it can't. Actually, couldn't this compress one tile? Like, this thing could be moved up, couldn't it? If I moved it up like this. Yeah. Cosmetic. Yeah. What are you doing? You're not doing anything. What if you prior the stone to go backwards, to go towards the rail, then it'll make the bricks or the furnaces once it backs up? Sure, but if I'm producing 28 and I need 30, no amount of shuffling around will make it turn the supply from 28 to 30. Like, it's just not happening. So if I prioritize one over the other, then it will fill up and then it'll backfill and then it'll start producing the next part. Then the other part will then get a boost of productivity, which will get a boost of demand on the other one, which means that it'll be sort of, yeah, then as you get a boost of the productivity, then it pulls the resources away, so that means it fluctuates way more. If I split it out, then it'll only fluctuate a little bit. So by prioritizing it one to the other, then it has to sort of backfill all of this before it starts the other production. And then that will kick in and then it'll go back. Because it won't fluctuate fast, it'll fluctuate in bigger swings. So it's better to do this where it's 50-50 and then it's only the deviation from 50-50 that I need to alternate, not the deviation from 100-0. So synchronized decompensation, something like that. Now the whole bottom right corner can move one tile up. Ooh, but does it want to? Maybe. Yeah, it wants to. Looking good. Looking good. Ooh, look at this. This belt is. I mean, I might be. We might be onto something now, but we can also see that the stone furnace, the steel furnace, the electric furnace are gone now. Of course, we cut this out, so all the production there just disappeared. We might actually be electric furnace constrained soon. There's still something on the belt here, but I don't know if they keep up. Anyway, I think this is probably going to be what we keep because it works. It's self-regulating. I really wanted to see if what would happen if it was, yeah. What happens if it fills up? Let me just try this. This is the best way I can force it to be stone saturated, I think. Science production graph to see if... Point. Well, now we're not, but... that's over 10 minutes. $195. Yes. Looking pretty nice for science, but yes, but I'm not sure about, like, I'm not sure about everything here. I need to see the edge case scenario. Now I'm going to generate an edge case scenario by having this one jam, where it will then continue to delete the steel until it jams in with stone, which is a Locutus of Bjork. Thank you for the prime. Welcome, brand new subscriber. This is the case where these are all full and just waiting to be demanded. Then I don't want to be in a position where I actually cause myself to get it to jam that I can't recover by itself. So that's why I'm going to try to generate that case. So you can see now, these are getting starving, having trouble outputting things. Still consuming here because these still can build up their internal buffers once they build up their external buffer here. First we built the belt buffer, then we built the internal buffer, then we built that belt buffer, then we built the internal buffer. All of that, and it's still consuming, but now it's only consuming at a smaller rate. And it'll also stop consuming all of this. Yeah, so it's now stopped consuming all of it. Here. This one needs to make a few more. There we go. It stopped outputting. And then soon it stops inputting, please. There we go. Stops inputting. You need a few more. But this one should now be working faster, and build should be stacking up now. And now it can't output. Good. Would recycling excess iron sticks to create more stone be good? Yes, but less good as recycling steel. Because you get 4 sticks here. Like, sticks are really cheap. Steel is relatively expensive. So that stacks up here. Now this one starts stacking up in here. And once that gets to 100, then I'm not demanding anything inbound. And then we'll start seeing, because the steel still goes here and still gets deleted. I'm just a little bit curious. We'll go on a couple of minutes over time, just to see what happens. As these are starving. This one is idle, because nothing over here is demanding. The only thing that is demanding stuff is this one, accumulate, building up its internal buffers. Oops, that one, internal buffer. Internal buffer, they're pretty even, so they'll be done soon enough. And then we'll start seeing that they have deleted basically everything that's on the steel belt as well afterwards. It needs to run until it stops doing anything. Done. 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 There. Now the production has stopped, but the deletion is continuing. And it'll empty this. So that it now drains all of the steel except for the last 49 or something on this belt. So you can see it's draining the steel, which is bad, but it's how it's designed. And then it stops. There, now it stops. There, 50. Good, so now it's completely dead. Completely stuck. There. There. Good. And then if I start it up, can it start up again? Or will it be bad? Because now the steel will mainly go in here. Because if this works, then it's fine. If it can reactivate itself, that's nice. Here, the steel needs to come down here. Otherwise, we're not producing anything. Come on. Yeah, the steel doesn't get past. Okay, a little bit of steel goes in here. Yeah, producing one. Okay, so it went from stalling. No, it's definitely not a free bonus hour. Gotta be... I just wanted to conclude this. We've been looking at it so much and we were sort of trying to see if it could self-start. And it looks like it can self-start now. It is stuttering a little bit. Well, not a lot. A lot actually. So you can see now we're oversaturated on stone and that should be fixed. Fixing itself. This one, you can see there's just not enough steel on this belt. Okay, this is now producing steadily. Now we need the next one producing. Not steadily, but something. Everything is still working. That's nice. And we're producing enough steel. This is working. This is working. You still can't get rid of your stuff here fast enough. There's something uneven about this. I think it's getting better. This one is fine. And the other one is getting there. Yeah. There we go. They're all producing. So I think this is actually stabilizing itself now. Reduce circuit condition for steel deletion from the stone output from the foundries. I could. But we can see this one is now activating. So I think that we're actually going to get to a point where it'll be completely stable. Like the first thing, everything was jammed. Now this is flowing. And this one is stuttering. And that means, yeah, come on, get more. Each time we're building this, gets more, yeah. I think this is fine. I might do a little bit of tweaking, but that's gonna be a while until we can still tinker more with this. So, purple stuff in inventory, that's test builds or infinite production like this one, infinite lava production for creative mode. Okay, these are now producing relatively quick. Everything is still producing. It's the steel that's not quite, it's this one, right? If this one was working all the time, then we'd be happy. But it's not quite. It's almost, right? It's almost working consistently. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Fine. Good. We're going to be leaving it here. Thank you very much for watching. No bonus things today. Wednesday, I'll be back with some Shapes 2. And then Sunday, more Factorio. So thank you for watching. And there will be a Shapes 2 video tomorrow on YouTube. Good night. Take care. And stay effective.